ordered. GameStop was like heaven to this kid. The walls filled with so many stories to tell, but there was one reason he was there today. Today, Halo the Master Chief Collection came out, but when he was checking out, something else caught his eye. A game sat on a shelf that had been out for only a couple months. He remembered one of his best friends talking about this limitless game of exploration, community, and discovery. This kid knew nothing beyond that, and that was enough. He asked his dad if he could get Destiny.
God bless his soul, man. I'm sure that dad had no idea what he was getting him into. He was probably just like, I'm just trying to be a good dad out here.
But it didn't take long for him to start playing it, especially since Halo MCC was all but unplayable at this time. And I must say, no game has influenced my life more than the Destiny franchise. But along the way, Destiny's evolved, in some ways good and in others bad, and those arbitraries will change from person to person. And honestly, right now, I personally feel Destiny has lost so much of its identity, or at least the identity of it that I loved. So we're going to take a stroll down memory lane today. We're going to visit the very beginning of Destiny to where it is today on the footstep of Renegades. We're going to see what changed and what Bungie got wrong so they could learn from it if this rumored Destiny 3 is real. And ultimately answer, why do we play Destiny? Before we start, I just want to let you know that I'm going to be using a lot of footage from all around the internet to help you travel back in time with me. I'll also be using my own footage, but particularly with Destiny 1, I don't have that much. So whenever someone else's footage is being used, I'm going to leave their name in the corner of the screen right here. And lastly, before we jump into this, I'm a really small channel. So you just being here and watching means a lot to me, especially on a longer video. Putting this much effort into a video is very risky for me, so I appreciate you sitting through it. And to those of you who like or subscribe, thank you, seriously, and I hope you enjoy. When Destiny launched, nobody really knew what it was. It was often marketed just by saying, from the creators of Halo and the company that brought you Call of Duty. And while its Halo roots were definitely felt, Destiny was also an RPG and an all lowercase MMO. People didn't know how to play this kind of game, especially on consoles. I know I didn't. I jumped in with one of my friends and played through the confusing story.
I don't even have time to explain why I don't have time to explain.
And yet I couldn't put it down.
What a classic.
Gunplay felt so satisfying. The space magic abilities lighting up rooms felt stimulating, especially for a 12-year-old. The game kicked our asses, but the loot made it all worth it.
Oh my god, go fucking go! Oh my god, go heavy weapon now! Oh my god, go fucking go! I go fucking go!
People lose their shit.
Destiny was a game that promised nothing, but delivered everything. There weren't even any quests, no guaranteed loot sources, no LFGs. Hell, engrams were so bad that they could decrypt down a tier in quality, and even drop gear for different classes.
Wow, yo. Come on. I'll take it. Wow. Alright. Underlords.
But even still, you'd be lucky to get a legendary. It took me probably around 2 weeks to get my first legendary, the Badger CCL Scout Rifle. Was it good? Probably not, but it was definitely better than all these rares. And I remember looking at my friend Claudio's Titan, and not only did he have legendaries, he had exotics. He was the one that told me how coveted they are. He was the one that told me you can only equip one at a time because of how powerful they are. The game never needed to tell me because I wouldn't even have one for a month. The only good source of these exotics was the weekly Nightfall Strike. Once per week, that's all you got. And then they were so hard that when you completed one, you would get a flaming aura around your head until the next weekly reset, which also gained you XP gains. And these would be very handy due to the fact that you needed to unlock perks on your gear, weapons and armor, including exotics, before you actually got their bonuses. Yeah, Crucible was arcadey fun, no balance whatsoever though, and there were like 5 different strike playlists. I remember each had their own ships, or maybe sparrows too, that would rarely drop. I really wanted this one. I remember getting lost in the worlds that Bungie crafted for us. The Cosmodrome, the Moon, Venus, and Mars. The game felt eerie, ominous, and yet hopeful, like an unanswered question in the apocalypse. Claudio basically shat himself the first time he fought the Hive, and Strikes scared the hell out of me. Claudio would also whisper the legend of the Vault of Glass, an expedition deep into Venus that would require 6 people and apparently hours of our time for some of the most insane gear. That felt distant, but obtainable. I remember he even took me to Venus to watch a fire team of 6 open the vault gate and descend into its depths. That's right. You could see people doing that on patrol and even help them.
I can't express just how powerful it was to watch this in the public environment. I would have never known that the raid existed. This is also this, for whatever reason, we have never went back to this. Okay, the idea of being in a open world, a live world, and then there will be a group, a team there that is, essentially breaking their way into the vault, and you could watch that team do it, and then you go, "Hey, I want to do it. I need to find people to do that."
I wonder how many people got into raiding just because of that. And yeah, the following month, Destiny: The Dark Below would release. And I feel like here, the community would begin to settle in for the first time. Guides became more prevalent for the game. And with Crota's End being a much shorter and arguably easier raid than VoG, many people would just jump into the raiding scene for the very first time. During this time, I got my first exotics, the Bad Juju, which came from an extremely rare and difficult exotic bounty, and the Claws of Ahamkara. With the House of Wolves, Trials of Osiris released, and while nowadays Trials is an afterthought at best for most players, in 2015, it was a huge hit. Everyone was playing every weekend, striving to reach the lighthouse and claim their exotic emblem. That's right, exotic emblem. Destiny 1's lighthouse also spoke to the mystery of Destiny's universe, as it was the first time we would visit Mercury outside of Crucible maps. Guardians would wander through its sands in third person and speculate on the whereabouts of the legendary character from the lore, Osiris. And because you could only loot the lighthouse chest once per week, when you went flawless, Mercury would still be there on your director screen, available to visit for the rest of the week. It really felt like you earned a passage to an exotic land you weren't meant to be at, or even see. And the music, words cannot express how it made us feel. Comment below if you know the Easter egg on where this track came from. You won't believe it till you see it for yourself. Anyway, this was the first time that PvP became a true focus in Destiny, and the community really loved it.
No one's here. No one's here.
Trials carries, and man, we bought them up. What a time to be alive. This was a time where it truly felt like anyone could find a place in the Destiny community, whether you wanted to live in the Crucible and get 2-shot by Thorn and Last Word, and maybe 1-shot by Hawkmoon, or even teach new raiders how to down Crota for the first time. Hell, maybe you lived in the Strife playlist or deep in the Prison of Elders. Every corner of the game was deep, updated, and called you to visit it. Loot was rare, but more importantly, loot was memorable. Anyone who played during this time remembers exactly how they got their favorite piece of gear, and they would love to tell you about it. Probably even still to this day, like asking your old grandpa war stories. But little did we know, this would only be a runway to Destiny's most iconic expansion.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform.
The Taken King was our first taste at what a completed vision for Destiny would look like, and it was beautiful. The narrative had finally found its footing, with Crota's father Oryx arriving to the solar system for revenge against you. I think this would give rise to a new type of player, the Chroniclers. Nobody calls them that, but today I will. The Chroniclers would follow along with Destiny primarily for lore and narrative reasons. They would read the Grimoire cards like the Bible and share their findings with the wider community. And for the first time, the community also cared to listen. Oryx's arrival also evolved the worlds of Destiny for the first real time. We were introduced to our first new faction, the Taken, and our first new destination, Oryx's Dreadnought. The campaign also had us visiting locations like Phobos and the Cosmodrome's colony ships, and we even fought on some Crucible maps. The game scope just widened, and there was no guessing what Bungie had up their sleeve. New secrets are being found, including quests, exotics, and full-blown missions. And within this evolution, we would also be sent out to discover our first ever new subclasses, the Stormcaller, Night Stalker, and Sunbreaker. These new subclasses just felt so fresh, so cool, and unbelievably powerful, especially if you were a Titan in the Crucible. The leveling system also got revamped, and so was the gear system. Legendaries became easier to obtain and farm. Some exotics had guaranteed loot sources through quests and missions. Ghost shells were added to the loot pool, as were artifacts, which had no similarity with Destiny 2's artifacts. Crucible got a huge and needed balance pass, new game mode, and 9 new maps. So needless to say,
Dude, I miss these maps. I know some of these we have, but like Asylum, you probably saw a little bit of Asylum in there. There were so many just banging D1 maps.
hey, you were eating good in whatever part of the game you were playing. Unless you look Prison of Elders, that got left in the fucking dust. For PvE, there were also 4 new strikes, which actually mattered a lot in D1 because it was common to farm the Heroic Strike playlist. And the raid? Oh man, what a magnificent journey. If you ask me, King's Fall was Bungie's first real raid. It had layers of mechanics, amazing set pieces, so many encounters, and a cinematic as fuck ending. Even if the loot didn't really compare to that of Fog or Crota's End, King's Fall borrowed variants from the hard mode more than made up for it. And now is also a great time to mention that in D1, hard mode raids didn't even have revives. If you died, you're dead until the encounter's over, which is exactly why self-res Sunsingers were always appreciated. With all that context out of the way, it should be fair to say that the Taken King took a large leap into the RPG space compared to Year 1. The Bungie forums were spammed with people searching the Dreadnought for secrets and puzzles, Guardians gained large steps in terms of build crafting options, and the new gear and quests felt aspiring, while still leaving plenty of room for RNG drops that would be sprinkled in between them. The game took a couple of paces in the more casual direction, but had a completed vision for every type of player, so everyone was honestly on board. And with the game feeling so replayable, the year-long content droughts weren't even that bad at the time. I know it's probably easy to say that now, but I can say personally, all of my friends were still playing every single day. The core game just had so much.
Many of us were playing every single day, primarily PvP. Even though I didn't like one-hit sticky grenades or Sunsinger or even some of the standout weapons, PvP, the things that carried in the content droughts were PvP and troughs.
For us to grind towards, and more importantly, it was just fun to do it. And I should also note the reason that the content drought didn't cause harm to the community sentiment was because the little content that was added over the following year was fresh, experimental, and rewarding. Here I'll just focus on SRL and the April update. SRL, or the Sparrow Racing League, was exactly what it sounded like. You and 5 other Guardians would race down one of 2 maps. You could earn Sparrows, SRL armor, and even Sparrow horns. And as someone who was in the top 200 SRL back in the day, I loved it. And 4 months later, just when you thought Bungie forgot about Prison of Elders, boom, they hit you with the April update. A new strike, Prison of Elders refresh, challenge cards, cosmetic glows, loot boxes, and a 2-minute story mission. Awesome stuff. I know many of you have been waiting for this part. In Year 3, Bungie dropped Rise of Iron, Destiny's take on a medieval-themed expansion. A nanomachine tech plague has been unleashed upon the Cosmodrome, and Lord Saladin has asked you to intervene. I know, very medieval. Together, we explore the Plague Lands. It's kind of a map expansion of the Cosmodrome. It was the first time Bungie really did something like this, and not something we really see all that often. My favorite part of the Plague Lands was the snow. See, in D1, the Cosmodrome already had some snow, but it was more of an afterthought than just the main set piece. But not here. Rise of Iron brought us a true winter wonderland. We got a new social space too, Fellwinter Peak, which was high in the mountains of Old Russia overlooking the Cosmodrome. Much like the Taken King, Rise of Iron also brought us new PvP maps, new Enterprise strikes, a decent campaign, amazing lore, new gear, and most importantly, one of the greatest raids of all time, Wrath of the Machine. Wrath was by no means the hardest raid in D1, but it was the hardest to run on those consoles. This raid really pushed the envelope on raid set pieces, specifically the Siege Engine, where you would repair a giant fallen Death Zamboni on top of the Cosmodrome's wall, while still having waves of fallen Siva Splicers, which are Rise of Iron's new enemy subfaction. During this encounter, your poor PS4 or Xbox One would be fighting for its life. And honestly, there's not much more to say about Rise of Iron here. It was a smaller scale, cheaper sequel to the Taken King. But what it did have felt really inspired and innovative for its time. While Taken King reinvented the wheel entirely, Rise of Iron decked those wheels out with amazing armor, weapons, record books, and finally, PvP private matches. Even the artifacts got reworks. Rise of Iron has provided very powerful yet niche boosts. For example, one would...
Oh, the artifacts, they were busted, boys. No. Let me back up real quick.
Rise of Iron has provided very powerful yet
These things right here, you could wear one of these, and some were like, for instance, one took away your sprint cooldown. Yes, Destiny 1 had a sprint cooldown, but there was one which was Yoder. I believe it was Yoder. No, Scory. Was it Scory? There was one where you could share your super with your teammates. So what that means is, if you got your super early in a trials game, instead of you challenging the opposing team, you could sit in the back of the map with your teammates and they could leech super energy off of you so that they could get their super. What this meant is a very, very passive game. And Buddy didn't have really objectives back then. It was just straight up elim.
niche boosts. For example, one would just let you punch enemies to temporarily turn them into your allies. That's awesome. I will note one change in Rise of Iron, however, which is Bungie, for the first time ever, prioritizing quest exotics over RNG drops. Of the 8 exotic weapons issued in Year 3, only 2 were normal RNG drops. Keep this trend in mind, because it's going to continue to progress as the years pass.
Real conversations, voice carries more than words. A pause can hint at confusion or anger. Inflection can reveal sarcasm or malicious intent. Voices themselves can be synthetic or real and suggest things about our age or mental state. Text gives us the topic, but voice conveys the meaning.
At the end of Destiny 1's lifespan came one of the franchise's greatest updates ever created, the Age of Triumph. Remember all those raids everyone's loved? They're all back. They've all got updates, exploit fixes, reprise loot, new armor ornaments that look insane, and a new at-level hard mode. It really was the perfect send-off for Destiny 1, ending on an insane, nostalgic high. Yeah, that's right. People were already nostalgic for these old raids with how much they were played. Destiny at this point had found its audience, its footing, and its confidence to execute on it. The hope for the future couldn't have been greater. I think it's fair to say that every Destiny 1 player went into D2 with basically 0 red flags raised. Destiny 1's launch was messy, even if fun, but over the following years, Bungie had continuously delivered better and better experiences for it, and it felt like they had learned from their...
I will say, yes, except there were 2 people in my circle that looked at D2 and said, I don't think that's going to pop. One was QJ, the other was Gamer Guy. And I specifically remember during the beta, they had jumped on with me, they had played the beta for a few days, and they were like, this is garbage. And they went back to Destiny 1 and continued to play Trials that weekend.
Our mistakes. And with a new game built from the ground up, we would be in for a real treat. Then it happened. Destiny's first ever identity crisis. The game was actually well received at first. The campaign was fun, it took us to new locations, and the gunplay, of course, felt amazing, especially on PC, which finally got a port. It was so good that it single-handedly made my entire friend group swap from Xbox to PC gaming, which was the best decision in my gamer life, by the way. But when the honeymoon phase ended, the other shoe dropped. Destiny 2 had absolutely no replayability at all. You see, with a live service game like Destiny, it really doesn't even matter if the content is good if you just don't have a reason to play it more than once. And even worse, if the only content that does have incentive to replay it is boring, then you've got a double whammy of a problem. And that right there was Destiny 2 Year 1. Remember how precious legendaries were? Let alone exotics in Destiny 1? They really lived up to their names. But what if we give them to you for free, constantly? For example, the best way to earn exotics at the time was heroic public events. So that's what we would do all day. Just run around the EDZ, farming events. And
I think when you lay it out like this, and he's doing such a good job laying it out like this, who the f is making these decisions? Like, these are like game-altering decisions. Who looked at D1, saw the player retention of that, and said, you know what? We could do better. You know what I'm saying? We could do better. We need to change the identity of Destiny, make it super casual. How about everyone does public events? That should be fun.
Raid Leviathan was actually really cool. It was our first non-linear styled raid that rotated encounter order weekly with one boss at the end, Robot Emperor Callus. Leviathan was named after the giant ship it was on, which sat ominously in Nessus' skybox. Genuinely 10 out of 10 here on the vibes, Bungie. But there was one big problem here. You see, Bungie wanted D2 to have a focus on competitive PvP. So much so that it, and I'm not exaggerating here, came at the detriment of literally every other part of the game. Your special weapons, gone. You get 2 primaries and 1 heavy weapon. Subclass customization, gone. You get to select between 2 simple trees. Armor perks, gone. Movement speed and ability regen, drastically reduced. Power fantasy, out the window. And worst of all, our randomly rolled legendaries, gone.
Look. Trials blew up, and Bungie went in a completely different direction. Was like, all right, Trials is done blown up. Everybody loves Destiny PvP. We're going to make D2 a competitive PvP shooter. When all they had to do was just keep it the exact same. You know, you literally just have to keep it. No one. And by the way, I don't even know if Bungie was even bringing in people back then, like creators and stuff like that, to just kind of like gauge how they felt about it. But I don't know how a single person in Destiny's community that would have saw static roles and thought to themselves, fantastic. This is great. Not just that, but 1 fucking trades. Look at this roll. Under pressure. I know how to win. That's it. And see, here's the thing. It's like the team that made this version of Destiny and led the static roll charge and the no special weapons and the subclass trees that were not customizable. Did they not work on Destiny 1? Like, that's the thing. If you worked on D1, then you would clearly know what worked and what didn't work. And I can tell you right now, going from D1 to D2, if you were the team that worked on D1, you would not have made this shit.
Who on earth thought this would ever go over well? I have no idea. But the worst part of it all was that people didn't even like the PvP. It was slow, clunky, team shot oriented, and just missing features.
That's the
There were no
worst part of
private
it.
matches again, and every game mode was 4v4. That means there wasn't even free-for-all rumble. All of these issues would coincide to produce a less fun gameplay loop with very little replayability. I mean, why would you ever replay the raid when you only need to get each weapon and armor piece 1 time? What was Bungie's answer? To farm consumable shaders. And thus, players quit in droves. The identity of Destiny that Bungie had spent the last 3 years building for us was just completely gone. Now, Curse of Osiris, this will be quick. It was just more of the same. Pretty much nothing changed or got better. And the highlight of the expansion was probably the most infamous meme of the franchise.
I promised before that this was the most rewarding public event. And there we have it. We have 2 chests.
Things wouldn't start turning around until Warmind, and that came out 8 months after launch. I kind of think of this time as D2's House of Wolves. It was like...
But see, like, even Bungie then thought that throwing candy at us is what we were asking for. There's just been this separation of, like, what we as Destiny players found so mesmerizing about Destiny 1. And there's just been it almost feels like this really just huge miscommunication between us and Bungie there for so long to just narrow down on, hey, we found this part of Destiny fun. This is why we played the fuck out of it.
A Band-Aid fix with a promise to lay some better foundation soon. We got a slightly better campaign, destination, and quality of life patches. A perfect example here is we got 6v6 Iron Banner during this time. Everything else was still 4v4, but now we're beginning to enter some Goodwill territory. Most people's highlight during this period, though, is Escalation Protocol.
Yep.
And this single-handedly is the first time that Destiny 2 actually got difficult at all. Escalation Protocol takes place on Mars's patrol space, and it was a 7-wave Horde mode that got progressively more and more difficult, as a Horde mode does. But it got so hard, in fact, to even have a shot at beating it, you would have to pseudo-matchmake with other people on patrol to round up a fire team of 9 together to take it on. And what was the reward for this? All eyes were on the shotgun and sniper. These were the first weapons with trench barrel and box breathing. I know, big deal, right? Well, these pre-nerfed versions of those perks easily made them the best weapons in the game. But they were just so rare and hard to get, and the community ate this shit up. The other high point for me of this expansion was the raid lair. Spire of Stars was the hardest raid content probably since King's Fall, and it was just a raid lair. I genuinely think that if the rewards were even half decent at all here, people would look back at this as one of the best raid experiences in D2. And how could we forget the Whisper mission? Dropping out of nowhere on a random Friday while doing a taken public event on IO. You'd sometimes have to wait hours to get access to that mission, only to fail and start over and have to wait all over again. But that Whisper of...
Dude, this is where I really dislike data mining in this game. Because we had the mystery back then, the surprise. Now when an expansion rolls out, You've got, I mean, you guys coming here, y'all can drop shit on us all the time. You're like, hey, this is going to roll out. This is going to, this is this quest. These are all the steps to the quest. You'll get all the steps to a quest before the quest even comes out.
The worm made the chase completely worth it. These wins for Bungie, paired with numerous buffs to player movement and power fantasy in the Go Fast update, actually managed to lift player sentiment. People were trusting them again. The game was by no means fixed, but we saw the light at the end of the tunnel and actually had content to run in the meantime. Forsaken is when Bungie finally got things back on track. We had new abilities, our special weapons and random rolls were back, and power fantasy fully returned. And the game got dark. Fan favorite character Cayde 6 was killed off in the very first mission, which sent us off into the Tangled Shore and eventually Dreaming City to enact our revenge and discover some of Destiny's greatest secrets. And I'm just curious, do you consider Forsaken to be Destiny's greatest expansion of all time? There's a couple other contenders, so just comment what you think. During this era, Bungie really leaned into the grindy, difficult parts of Destiny once more. Grinding activities to get that god roll felt so good after being absent for a year. We got our first dungeon in a raid race so long that its record wouldn't be beaten until Final Shape 6 years later. RNG was the name of the game once more, including exotics. There were a few quest exotics to earn, but many were rare drops. I remember my friends freaking out when that one-eyed mask finally dropped or when I finally got my Geomag stabilizers. It took Quentin over 60 runs of Last Wish to get his 1K, and we loved how much he hated it. Bungie's pinnacle weapons from reaching high competitive rank and eventually high ranks in Strikes and Gambit really blurred the line between legendaries and exotics during this time. Yeah, weapons like the Mountaintop Recluse and Wendigo would rule the meta for the year, along with exotics like Anarchy and Izanagi's Burden. We also saw titles being introduced, which was the first time Bungie was truly adding a purely cosmetic, aspirational pursuit specifically for collectors. I think there were 8 that came with Forsaken's launch, and if you didn't play back then, you have no idea how hard these were to get. These weren't the easy-ass seasonal titles that they hand out for free today, besides maybe 1 or 2 triumphs on it. No, every single triumph in these titles took deliberate time, effort, and dedication to claim. My first title was Wayfarer, the Patrol title, and it took me forever to get. Though I am most proud of getting the Chronicler Lore title. And if you ask me, this is what titles should have remained as. Nowadays, only a few titles actually mean you did anything difficult at all. But back then, you respected every single person you saw with a title. Forsaken also brought a new core PvEVP game mode, Gambit. You may laugh at it now, but back in the day, this was supposed to be the new big thing for Destiny. It even had a pre-expansion public demo to play in the live game. And I stand by to this day that with a few tweaks and limitations on loadouts, Gambit could still be awesome. With the 3 following seasons of Black Armory, Season of the Drifter, and Season of Opulence, we even saw Bungie innovate on endgame activities for the first time since Prison of Elders. Each season brought a completely different, unique endgame farmable experience, each having a distinct loot system. Black Armory and Opulence even brought their own smaller experience raids with them. Scourge of the Past was honestly unlike any other raid we've seen in Destiny, albeit it was too easy. And thankfully, that lack of difficulty would then lead Bungie to develop Contest Mode, which we still have today, for Opulence's Crown of Sorrow, and it was perfect. All in all, this will probably go down in history as Destiny's strongest year. The devs were really firing on all cylinders. The secrets of Last Wish's Wish Wall or Black Armory's Niobe Lab puzzle, mixed in with the brand new difficult endgame activities that made you work for your loot, reprised Destiny 1's feeling of earned character progression, now also layered with a collectionist, optional pursuits of badges and titles. I'm really trying to fly through these years, so just know that I'm really only covering a very small part of what this had to offer. You just had to be there.
Why can't we just go back to that? Like, Bungie, in terms of what you nailed, in terms of understanding your player, no expansion spoke more to us than Forsaken. I love Witch Queen. I love Final Shape. Forsaken, though, was the expansion that spoke to me. And I feel like I'm a core player of Destiny, or part of the core player that plays Destiny.
Shadowkeep is probably the first tier of Destiny that actually looks similar to the up until now modern version of the game. And as strange as it sounds after just glazing Forsaken like that, this is actually the period of Destiny I'm most nostalgic for. And the period I also have the most great memories within. So Bungie outright told us that Shadowkeep was going to be smaller than Forsaken, now that they had split from Activision and didn't have all the help of High Moon and Vicarious Visions. Destination was a slightly expanded version of Destiny 1's Moon, The story was mid at best, outside the last mission, which was pretty cool. And even the raid, though, didn't even quite live up to what we were used to. But on the other hand, we had additions like cross-save, seasonal artifacts, champions. I think they're mostly fine. You guys are just babies. And Armor 3.0, which brought stats back to armor and replaced the perks on them with slottable mods. Now, trust me, the system wasn't great for a while, but it set the foundation for the true RPG-style build crafting like never before seen in the franchise. Oh, and we also got finishers. Very cool. The game also went free to play here, and all of Year One's content was now free for all players. That's 3 campaigns, 3 raids, all of PvP, and a bunch of other random stuff that I just can't remember. The seasonal model was gearing in shape. It didn't exactly have weekly stories, but it did have seasonal activities, artifact, and even loot distinct from the expansions. And honestly, the seasonal narratives this year were the best part of the year. We had live events, crazy stock market economies, amazing missions, and once again, an evolving world. In Season of Undying, we saw Vex incursions spreading across the moon, bare minimum, but I'll count it. In Dawn, we completed the perfect paradox and literally traveled back in time to save an NPC character who would then help us relight the Trials of Osiris. Only once we donated enough of the Fractaline seasonal currency, it was like a stock exchange. It was really cool. And then in Worthy, we'd see the Almighty growing closer to Earth each week. And as we armed the Warmind, Rasputin's towers would rise across the EDZ, Moon, and Io. This would culminate in the Tower Live event where we blew that shit up in front of our eyes. And our rivals literally had the Blackfleet show up on our doorstep for the first time. They invaded Mercury, Mars, Io, and Titan. And on Io, we got regular lore dumps from the Tree of Silver Wings, from who we now know to be the Witness. This season ended with yet another live event in the last city with the Travelers.
God, dude, Shadowkeep wasn't on the same level, wasn't on the scope as Forsaken, but in terms of propelling the story forward. And it was also one of the few times that we really gave Bungie like so much grace. Like the Desi community gave Bungie, because we knew, we like, hey, you guys are on your own, you're independent now. We gave them so much grace with Shadowkeep. We had faith. We had faith, man.
Healing itself and pushing away the Black Fleet, which just took all the planets that would end up being vaulted. That's right. Content vaulting actually had a lore foundation, but it was kind of cool at the time. So this year we kind of saw a slight push towards a more casual Destiny, which I think comes hand in hand with the seasonal model. When stuff isn't going to stick around anymore, it just makes sense for things to be easier to obtain. I get that mindset. Pinnacle weapons even became ritual weapons, which no longer had an exotic style perk. We saw exotics become easier to get, mainly being quest focused now. And we also only got the 1 raid and 1 dungeon for the whole year, with no updates to them. While the seasonal content was poppin', and Trials of Osiris was really fun during this time, endgame PvE was starting to find a smaller, more niche, and in my opinion, kind of worse role in the game. Nightfall.
Let me say this. Trials was terrible. That shit was off. No, guys. The version of Trials you played now is a version of Trials that has some barriers. Paywall, a somewhat functioning anti-cheat. Back then, ain't nothing existed there. You realize in a single core, you would run into like arguably 40% cheaters. Disregard the metas. It's not look, the metas is one thing. The cheaters were off.
Became Nightfall, the Ordeals, which had difficulty levels similar to what you'd see today, all the way up to Master. Grandmasters would just come a few months later, and the thing is, these are mainly all meant to just farm the new enhancement prisms and Ascendant Shard materials used for Armor 3.0. And as a side note, GMs are also way harder back then compared to what they are today. I don't really know where else to put this in, but I do want to mention the rise in FOMO this year. You see, seasons didn't just go away at the end of an expansion cycle. They would be removed the following season, and they stuck with that the whole year. The one exception to the casualification of the game this year came in the Season of Dawn's community puzzle, which took thousands of people 6 days to solve for a pretty awesome conclusion, which I won't go into here.
Give it a try. It'll make you happy.
Come to Bigo Live.
Unlock a more wonderful life.
There's a new career and a new training that you can start with no previous experience. It pays well, provides flexibility to work around family commitments, and it creates a deep sense of purpose, fulfillment, meaning, and impact for you. And all you need are 3 simple skills: good listening, empathy, and a passion for helping people. If this sounds
If Shadowkeep is where the Destiny of today first came into sight, Beyond Light is where the community of today first came into sight. And honestly, it's hard to blame them. Beyond Light hit us with the double whammy of gear sunsetting and content vaulting. Gear sunsetting just meant that a weapon or armor piece only had a lifespan of a year from its release before it could no longer be infused any higher. And content vaulting was Bungie taking chunks of the game that weren't relevant anymore away from us and throwing them into the dumpster. Oh, you paid for this stuff? Too bad. Read the terms and conditions next time, buddy. I still remember how few weapons there were at launch 2. People were not happy. No one had any loot. Eventually, Bungie would reverse sunsetting, but content vaulting is still with us to this day. And it's bad. In just one day, we lost 3 campaigns, 5 raids, 4 patrols, and a bunch of strikes and Crucible maps, and plenty more. All of these bad decisions.
Guys, there had to have been a better alternative. Like, looking back on it now, like, there had to have been a better alternative.
Decisions really soured the Destiny community, despite the content of Beyond Light actually being pretty good. The story, while not great, was significantly better than Shadowkeep's. The raid was a fan favorite, including some amazing music, set pieces, and unforgettable moments. We got our first Darkness subclass 2 in Stasis, and it even had an entirely new subclass customization system instead of the boring trees we talked about earlier. We even got crossplay to finally bridge the gap between platforms. And that stupid decision to have seasons vault themselves every 3 months, removed. Even Vault the Glass returned. And to be real with you, this time was just a blur for me. PvP was in a horrible state because of Stasis. The seasonal cycle that we'd have for the next 3 years was now set in stone. You log in every week, you play the seasonal story, and then you grind the activity. And there wasn't much more beyond. A bunch of strikes and Crucible maps, and plenty more. All of these bad decisions.
Guys, there had to have been a better alternative. Like, looking back on it now, like, there had to have been a better alternative.
Decisions really soured the Destiny community, despite the content of Beyond Light actually being pretty good. The story, while not great, was significantly better than Shadowkeep's. The raid was a fan favorite, including some amazing music, set pieces, and unforgettable moments. We got our first Darkness subclass 2 in Stasis, and it even had an entirely new subclass customization system instead of the boring trees we talked about earlier. We even got crossplay to finally bridge the gap between platforms. And that stupid decision to have seasons vault themselves every 3 months, removed. Even Vault the Glass returned. And to be real with you, this time was just a blur for me. PvP was in a horrible state because of Stasis. The seasonal cycle that we'd have for the next 3 years was now set in stone. You log in every week, you play the seasonal story, and then you grind the activity. And there wasn't much more beyond that. The seasonal stories were really good, the strongest we'd seen yet, but besides that, it was kind of a copy-paste year of the year of Shadowkeep, but with lower community sentiment due to the aforementioned circumstances. I don't think it's a hot take to say that the worst thing that ever happened to Destiny was the content vault. And one of the reasons for that is what I want to talk about next, the onboarding experience. See, when the entirety of year 1 got the boot, so did the game's tutorial and onboarding campaign experience. Bungie's solution, bring back the Cosmodrome, first mission of D1, and do some bare minimum shit on top of that, and call it a day. This is to say, the game had such a bad onboarding experience now that it might as well have not had one at all. If you ever wonder why Destiny has such an old player base and dwindling player population, this is why. Nobody can start playing anymore comfortably. I'll also mention that to me, this is the first time that the game felt more transactional and gamey, if that makes sense. Despite still feeling great, the illusion of Destiny being the experience where you never know what's around the next corner or what you might find next is shattered when you have the game being chopped up in front of your eyes and perfectly good gear you've earned and had for years become unusable overnight because Bungie had to place an arbitrary number cap on them just so they could lazily keep us on a treadmill. In a world full of seasonal roadmaps that promise us specific loot and quests on specific dates, the aura of mystery and discovery I was praising Destiny for earlier in this video had vanished. And don't get me wrong, my buddies and I were still having a blast, but the game to consumer relationship had subconsciously shifted overnight. Many see Witch Queen as some of Bungie's best work, and while I'm not entirely disagreeing, I have some choice words to say about a few changes made during this time. There will be moderately hot takes to some. Starting with the objective good, the campaign. Not only did Bungie make their best Destiny campaign yet, but they also introduced a legendary difficulty, which brought revive tokens, enemies that actually fought back, including the new Hive Guardians, and really well thought out and lengthy boss fights. Even in their marketing, you could tell Bungie was trying to capture a new audience, the narrative players. Players that would buy the expansion primarily or even solely for the campaign. Maybe they'd stick around after that, maybe not. How well did this work? Well, we have no idea. Only Bungie knows that. And for all these new enemies, what did Bungie give us to fight them? Well, let me introduce you to the Glaive and Void 3.0. That's right. Throughout the year, Bungie would update all of our subclasses to the new 3.0 subclass system, introducing new aspects, melees, sometimes grenades and supers too. And all for free. This probably confused the fuck out of new players and extreme casuals, but W Bungie. While most players were super...
Guys, it was so good, though. It was so good. The game, every 3 months, was just... When you added those 3.0 subclasses in, holy shit. 3.0 needed to happen? Without a doubt. I mean, let's also be real. You know, Witch Queen / Beyond Light, that could have been D3, be honest. Like, they could have, oh man, just looking back, could have kept everything into a D2, move on to the next game. Boom. Now we're going to do a D3 with all the new subclasses, you know what I mean? But then you had, at this point in time, you still had a number of people that didn't want to say goodbye, even to some of their old loot, even though things were getting sunset. They wanted to hang on to their same characters, everything else. I just don't think sacrificing Destiny's onboarding was worth that. Looking back now, I just don't think it was worth that.
We're happy with this period of time. I'm a little bit emo about one thing specifically, crafting. I realized that with this new red border system, I could give two shits about most weapon drops I'd get. Seasonal content felt like a checklist to me, just to get all the weapons craftable and never play that content again. Which, as a completionist with...
You just made me get that hair, all right? Y'all made me get that hair. That was not a voluntary choice.
Limited vault space was great, but as someone who actually played the game for the grind, man, that grind, I felt like something was way off. I know the player base is pretty much 50-50 split on the crafting situation, so I'd love to hear your thoughts about it in the comments. Be nice. Honestly, I'm not even married to an opinion on it anymore. Season of the Haunted also brought back the Leviathan, but not as a permanent space. It was kind of a temporary patrol-ish space for the seasonal activity, and I'm about to sound like a real crybaby here, but I don't care. I don't like the trend of temporarily bringing back old destinations just for a seasonal activity. This is honestly not a big offender in that regard, because it was around for most of the year and basically was a patrol zone, but this will change in the future, so I'm planting that seed now. And if you were a PvP player during this time, you'd be struggling. While Subclass 3.0 wasn't nearly as gnarly as Stasis in its prime, it still wasn't a pretty sight. Even worse, you'd have more luck finding a drop of water in the Sahara Desert than finding any new maps coming to the game. Though in Haunted, we finally got our first new map in 805 days, and it was Disjunction. Take it back, Bungie. You can keep that one. Bungie would instead put PvP dev time into kind of weird game modes that nobody really cares for. I appreciate the effort, but 95% of the player base only wants to play Control and Trials. Anything outside of that, unless you've got a real banger, just seems like a lot of wasted dev time, and maybe that's a hot take for me. I even like a lot of the comp game modes they've added. Overall, the year of Witch Queen felt like Bungie found a new, nice flow in raid and dungeon content. We were getting into the rhythm of a raid or dungeon releasing every 3 months. We went from Vow to Duality to King's Fall to Spire of the Watcher, and if it weren't for these activities specifically, I think the community would look at Witch Queen as nothing revolutionary. Everything was good, but nothing was really changing. No harm in that front by any means, but when I continue mentioning how the game started to feel more transactional, this is what I mean. You pay for the year, you get the formula hardly changes. The formula was holding so strong, in fact, that we noticed that year after year, the middle of the year season was always the weakest, followed by the very strong final season leading into the next expansion. Like clockwork. And before we head on over to Lightfall, it sounds like I really hated Witch Queen. I loved Witch Queen. Season of the Seraph and its awesome send-off.
Yes. Bungie is always loaded their final season. Why? Because they want pre-orders for the next annual expansion. That's why those seasons are always better.
You get the formula. The formula hardly changes. The formula was holding so strong, in fact, that we noticed that year after year, the middle of the year season was always the weakest, followed by the very strong final season leading into the next expansion, like clockwork. And before we head on over to Lightfall, it sounds like I really hated Witch Queen. I loved Witch Queen. Season of the Seraph and its awesome send-off into Lightfall was one of my all-time favorite moments in the Destiny franchise. And for those who weren't around, we had an amazing season finale mission that involved us preventing the Witness's forces from blowing up the Traveler by literally sacrificing Rasputin. And the finale cutscene looks like something straight out of the minds of Destiny's original creators, where the Traveler leaves the last city, goes to orbit, recreates the OG Destiny Traveler art, and plants its metaphorical feet in the ground to ultimately make its final stand against the Black Fleet. Absolutely phenomenal. I have no notes. 10 out of 10 Bungie. Surely Lightfall is going to be a banger too.
Hello again.
Alright, I'll cut right to it. Lightfall killed any positive momentum that the game had gained since Beyond Light. The campaign was fun gameplay-wise, but it was narratively a complete tone-deaf mess with annoying and or quippy characters. Nobody liked it. We all remember Vife's infamous video that was basically a WTF happened analysis to Bungie. And we hit peak player counts too, unfortunately. So everyone had to see that. This was supposed to be...
God, dog it, man. It's like when you fuck up, you hope it's when you have the lowest player count ever, right? So no one sees that shit. I think that's what you hope for. But the fact that everyone saw it, we were at record numbers.
Our Infinity War moment, and they dropped the ball hard. Even the raid was a joke, one of the easiest they've ever made, and most buggy too. True story. On day one contest mode of this raid, we found it was easiest if our friend Harley just soloed the mechanics of the first encounter, while the other 5 of us did nothing but ad clear. And it was basically like that for the entire raid. 1 to 2 people doing mechanics while everyone else shoots Cabal in the face, and that's all. The only good encounter was the Planets encounter because it was the only one that was actually a raid encounter. I have no idea why this happened, but it did, so I'm including it. Most of the expansion...
And keep in mind, they claim that the Planets encounter was pulled from Salvation's Edge. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that was just a theory. I'm just saying if that was not in the raid, it would have been the worst raid in history.
1 to 2 people doing mechanics while everyone else shoots Cabal in the face, and that's all. The only good encounter was the Planets encounter because it was the only one that was actually a raid encounter. I have no idea why this happened, but it did, so I'm including it. Most of the expansion just felt, I guess, directionless. And it was kind of the first time where I had no idea what Bungie's vision was for the DLC, assuming there even was a vision. The universe's death was literally on our doorstep, but nobody was acting like it. We're fighting through this supposed hidden, vast neon cityscape filled with survivors of the collapse, yet it was small and completely empty. We have these new player commendations and guardian ranks to prove how helpful and experienced you are as a player, but they're all just meaningless and annoying. Like, if I want to get the guardian rank 11, why do I need to prove that I can get a bunch of blue commendation ratings? How does that prove my worth as a player in any way? Thankfully, we did get 3 really cool features with Lightfall: Strand, Tormentors, and Loadouts. Whoever is in charge of these, good work, promotions for you. Everyone else, what the fuck happened? Well, actually, that's not true. I did love the music, and it annoys me that some of my favorite Destiny 2 music is now tied to the worst narrative I've ever played. Lightfall seasons were strong, maybe besides Defiance, but the expansion tie-in seasons have never been good. My only gripe is we got more of the, we're gonna bring back this destination, but only in the seasonal activity. And this time it was Titan. Just let me patrol Titan. Seriously though, at least the dungeons this year were awesome. Definitely my favorites in the whole franchise. And Crow's End was super fun and difficult on contest mode.
Yes, it was.
The seasons answered a lot of Lightfall's questions, which I guess was better than not answering them at all. But more importantly, they set up Final Shape very nicely. But not as nicely as Into the Light. You can't see my script, but I'm giving Into the Light its own subheading as if it were an actual expansion, because it was that fucking good. You see, Bungie needed a big delay for the Final Shape, so they filled the gap with a completely free-to-play update focused solely on people who want a challenge to gear up for the biggest bad we've ever fought, and they delivered big time. Into the Light focused on 3 major activities. I'll start first with Onslaught, Destiny's first wave-style horde mode. Set on Earth-based Crucible maps, Onslaught would have us fighting wave over wave of baddies while earning scrap to build up defenses around the ADU. If the ADU breaks, you go to orbit, but every 10 rounds, you'd have a boss fight that would drop loot. At wave 50, you win, and you get bonus rewards. And it was hard. You think you're doing fine, then a giant fucking tormentor spawns next to you, sucks the light out of your friend, and body slams you into the ADU. Back to orbit. Some of the most iconic weapons from Destiny 2's past are back and better than ever. And there's Hung Jury. And you could even get rare shiny versions with double perks. We also had a custom social space for it to attune specific weapons. Amazing. Bungie also finally unvaulted the Whisper and Outbreak missions, making the weapons craftable with new perks that pushed them beyond what they were previously capable of. And they even changed the missions up a little bit, which I appreciated. And lastly, the best part about Into the Light was Pantheon. Week after week for 1 month, we got a boss rush gauntlet for most of Destiny 2's past raids. And each week would add 1 or 2 more bosses to the gauntlet, and we had a higher and higher power level, until it all culminated on week 4, which was some of the hardest and most fun raiding I've ever had to do in my life. See, not only did you have to complete each encounter, but if you were trying to get the title, emblems, and bragging rights, you had to reach a score threshold too, meaning you had to do each encounter in under a certain amount of time. This usually just meant you had to 2-phase the boss. Most of the encounters were also critically changed, forcing you to interact with more mechanics and invest in survivability. Remember Rolk? Now there's fucking 2 of them. Exploits were also fixed, so no more cheating Riven or Nezarec. Nezzy became a still buggy but chaotic firefight where every player truly had to fight for their lives. Not Lolk though, that guy got yeeted. And on these endeavors, you'd be showered in spoils of conquests, raid weapons, including adepts, red borders, and that title. And what was the title called? Godslayer? Still rocking it to this day, baby. Even PvP players are throwing a bone because we got a 3-map pack dropping around this time. All 3 maps were actually pretty good, praise the Lord. And while this fully didn't recover the player count, those who played felt appreciated. Especially for a free update, this would go down as some of the most hyped time in Destiny. And Bungie, thank you for that. And don't you?
It was such a small time frame too. It's amazing to me how good Into the Light was in such a small time frame. It was the perfect lead up into Final Shape. It could not have gone any better. The momentum that like shifted in Bungie's favor around this time, guys, like they really were able to recapture a lot of the momentum they lost with Lightfall. Here's the issue though, and we kind of saw this go down the road with the rest of their developments. Bungie's really tried to recapture Into the Light, but what if Into the Light was truly successful because of Final Shape? Because we had context for why it was we were doing Pantheon, why it was we were doing Onslaught. We wanted the best possible gear that we could have. Even if we don't even use 95% of what we get, we want to have it just in case, because right around the corner, we've got the most dangerous bad guy we've ever dealt with. We had purpose. Like all the game-wide, we had purpose.
Don't worry, there's a little bit more glaze coming up. I think that in 5 years' time or so, people will realize that this may have been Destiny's absolute peak, even if it was short-lived. There's not much that Final Shape did wrong. We got Prismatic, a new enemy faction, the Dread, exotic class items, allowing you to combine specific parts of other exotics together, new weapon types, and Destiny's best campaign yet. The destination was surreal and very different from anything we'd seen before, which is ironic because it's literally a physical manifestation of our Guardian's memories along with a few other characters. Cayde 6 was back, but in an emotionally complex and satisfactory way that didn't only fit the narrative, but supported it. We even matched Lightfall's player count, and damn, if Lightfall weren't such a shit show, we could have blown it out of the water. This is also Destiny's first and currently only linear destination built to fit the campaign, and man, it helped. Every mission ended with you camped out closer and closer to the Witness's looming monolith. And through the campaign, we'd unlock more and more upgrades for our new Prismatic subclass, allowing us to combine aspects, fragments, and abilities from all of our other elemental subclasses and mix them together.
Dude, this shit was so hype. Y'all remember the first time we saw Prismatic? Y'all remember that? I couldn't believe it. Bungie was giving us the thing that we would just fantasize about. Just like when you talk about like, hey, what would make Destiny really cool? People would say like, oh, mixing all my subclasses together. That sounds pretty cool. But no one actually thought that would ever become a real thing. We just said it because we thought it was cool. Anime as hell. And then it happened.
together for new effects. Honestly, what a great idea to just make familiar abilities feel 100% fresh and new, and to find a new home for a lot of them in the sandbox. But we also would get a new aspect and super for each class on top of that. So your Prismatic subclass still had new toys to destroy the battlefield with. This expansion didn't just innovate on subclasses exotics in the campaign, though. It innovated on individual missions. Firstly, after the raid, the final campaign mission was 12 players, involved mini raid mechanics, and had NPC allies of all factions fighting alongside us, bookended with insane cutscenes. This was our endgame. It felt like that. It was perfect. And if you wanted those exotic class items, look no further than Dual Destiny. A 2-player cooperative timed mission involving puzzle solving in the middle of a pretty tough combat cycle. I know a lot of solo players were upset that they needed to play with someone to get these exotic class items, but guys, that's the point. Destiny from the very beginning was always meant to push you outside of your comfort zone. If you wanted to get Thorn in D1, you'd better be prepared to play a lot of PvP and get good at it, because dying loses progress. Then go take on a crazy hard mission of the Summoning Pit Strike to kill a high value target. Or if you wanted malfeasance back in the day, you had to play a shit ton of Gambit. And when that meatball finally showed up, you and your team better fight your little hearts out to steal the kill from the enemies. Destiny's at its best when you aren't alone, when you have something to strive towards. You need a fire team to save the world. So get out of Solo Ops Caldera and go play a raid. And if you're looking for a tough one, let me introduce you to Salvation's Edge. Finally, a raid that took even longer to beat than Last Wish at almost 19 hours. And only that one team beat it in the first day. Let me make that clear. The second place team took 25 hours to clear. Now that's the raid scene I love. Not to...
Guys, I can't express to you how much I aged during this raid. I'm pretty sure all of my health problems came about because of this raid. And we got some issues going on, but it's all good. But absolutely worth it. You hear me? Absolutely f***ing worth it.
Brag or anything, but my team didn't make it all the way to Witness on contest mode. In truth, playing Final Shape made me feel as close to experiencing Destiny again for the first time as I'll probably ever feel. The world felt wild, alive, and changing. There were secrets to discover, such as hidden chests in the world to unlock new prismatic abilities, Syst mini-missions where you'd be guided by birds made of light, and several exotics and catalysts to unlock by exploring the world. Every mission felt inspired and distinct from the previous. The loot was amazing. Prismatic was thrilling. The dread were terrifying. The activities were all fresh, and there were payoffs that were years in the making. And this is in stark contrast to the seasonal episodes that would follow. Echoes was forgettable at best. Revenant was a little better on the narrative front, though still had some questionable decisions. And fortunately, though, the year would end very strong with Heresy, our return to the Dreadnought, and the Ghost of Oryx. As this year went on, Bungie also pulled back on crafting, where eventually we had double and triple perk drops and shiny variants in its place. I loved this in Heresy so much. Every single run of the Nether or Court of Blades would offer me a chance to get a super god roll. Did I need it? No. Did I really want it? Yeah. My only complaint is, once again, they brought back the Dreadnought only for the seasonal activity. But I digress. Surely the loot system will stay this good, right? And here we finally are at today, the Edge of Fate. Quite the appropriate name for the game that currently has an uncertain future. Now I'm gonna rip into this DLC, but let me first say that I at least appreciate that Bungie did try to shake things up, but this ain't it, Chief. So much change that I'm gonna have to speed run through this, but that doesn't mean that each change listed here isn't monumental. Number 1, bye-bye Director. Yep, that planet screen that everyone's been interacting with for 11 years, sunset. It's still there, but no new or modern content is put there anymore. For that, you get this Hulu Roku-looking screen called the Portal. Is it easy to understand? Sure. Is it ugly, soulless, and makes me not want to interact with the game anymore? Somehow, yes. The only positive thing about it is you can fully customize activity modifiers and difficulty, but even then, I will still always prefer pre-selected modifiers. When I select an activity, I want to adapt my skill set and loadout to what best suits that activity. With the Portal, you do it the other way around. Now I can just use the same OP build in every single activity, and I'm actually incentivized to do so. And instead of ever just clicking on activity and starting it, I now have to go through like 4 sub-screens to select the right modifiers. So fun. But hey, I could just go play through the Director and farm the gear there, right? Number 2, the loot problem. No, you can't. At least not for the new stuff. You see, new gear is a bonus applied to any stuff that drops post Edge of Fate. New gear weapons and armor also provide you with an increase in defense and weapon damage. And some activities even require only new gear loadouts. Plus, new gear has this tiered rating system offering enhanced perks, magazines, barrels, mods, and even origin traits as you progress in the tiers. Cool on paper, but there are two glaring problems here. The first is that you can only get this gear from the aforementioned horrible portal screen. The second issue is tied to number 3, the leveling. You see, Bungie wanted power level to be the main grind in Edge of Fate. Everything in the portal levels you up, and once you get to higher and higher power levels, you get higher and higher tiers of loot. Outside of once more forcing you to play the portal to progress, this also meant that tier 5s drop like candy and have no meaning once you reach higher power levels. Bungie was going to, I guess, address this by having seasonal power resets, but that's such a horrible decision that they walked that back too. So I guess we're just perma tier 5 Guardians now. And with triple perks in each column, you just get your god roll in 2 to 3 drops max now. And this is a small nitpick, but I actually hate how everything is blue. I look at my inventory and all the tier 5 weapons look the exact same. I know you could take off the ornament, but I wish they were just off by default or were something other than just all looking blue. What's really funny is we literally have 2 rarity systems built into the game now. Common, uncommon, rare, legendary, exotic, but then now we also have 5 sub-rarities of legendaries, maybe even more depending on how you count them. My only other issue with the
You don't like the blue? Again, Bungie took what worked in Into the Light, and they're like, let's apply this to the entire game. But that's when I can circle back to, was Into the Light successful because of the context of Final Shape, it being the build-up for Final Shape. You see what I mean?
Is that it's pretty much just split between these 4 pools now. Solo Ops, Fireteam Ops, Pinnacle Ops, and Crucible. I mean, the fact that you can play Warlord's Ruin, Duality, Onslaught, and then the Coil, and you've still never left the same loot pool is just insane to me. The loot just all feels samey now, especially when it's all blue. So remember how I said Destiny was starting to feel more transactional? This is the worst it's ever been in that department. Eververse is filled with at least feels like more armor sets than we actually have in the base game. The mystery and exploratory nature that Destiny once had has now been filled with the Hulu menu. Long-term aspirational gear chases have been replaced by a 4-minute solo op run to get a perfect god-rolled meta weapon first try. And I hate to be that guy, but I feel like so much time goes into adding more and more menus to the UI for little to no reason when there are such bigger issues the game has. I don't want to spend all this time in these menus anymore. I just want to play the game, man. But now even that requires more sub-menus. There were parts of this expansion I really did like. The narrative was very intriguing to me, even though it's a little different. Kepler is pretty cool, nothing outstanding, but different enough for me to appreciate it. And while exploring Kepler in the early days, I felt a hint of that D1 mystery sauce that I kept bringing up. The new armor system is also great. I haven't played with any of the set bonuses yet, but I do intend to. And the raid seems pretty cool, especially the epic variant. I was out of town for the contest mode, and my friends don't really play anymore though, so unfortunately, it's Destiny's first raid that I still haven't done. I can't say anything good about the mid-season update. Ash and Iron, oh, this is embarrassing. They marketed these mid-season updates as around the scope of Into the Light, and I'm offended by that comparison. We got 3 reskins of 1 soulless activity in a weird hybrid version of the Plaguelands and Cosmodrome. There's no exploration as you hit these invisible walls when you try to, and we would teleport between the normal-ass Cosmodrome and snowy Plaguelands without any plague. We weren't even fighting Fallen, let alone Siva splicers, and no Iron Lords were present at all. When they first announced this, I was more hyped for Ash and Iron than I was for Edge of Fate. But wow, I feel like this is the most gimmicky, cheap update I've ever...
Siva's in a dead state. This is Siva in its dead state. Okay, disregarding Siva, the point is that the Plaguelands as a whole feels like a watered down, disregarding like the aesthetic of Siva, as a whole feels much more watered down, neutered version of what we experienced in Destiny 1. Yeah, just call it the lands, not even the Plaguelands. Bungie's really pulled back on the exploring side. There's really just no exploration. It's just like, hey, load into your zone, kill your stuff, bounce. You know what I mean?
Played in Destiny. And even the exotic mission is the weakest I've ever seen. I genuinely think community sentiment would have been higher if this update didn't come out at all. You can only do the return to the Plagueland shtick once, and it seemed like an easy win when they would do it. But with basically no narratives, no Iron Lord themed armor, no Felwinter Peak, no Siva, no Wrath of the Machine, no Siva Strikes, and just one half-baked activity, they failed. By its very nature, this video is an opinionated piece. 22 pages of my own, is it 22? 22 pages of my own recollection of each era of Destiny. I don't expect you to agree with everything I've said here, but I hope it at least illustrates Destiny's biggest problem over its decade-long run, which is Bungie's failure to learn from its mistakes. At numerous points, Destiny is trying to reinvent the wheel rather than improve on the wheel. We've had iteration over iteration of changes that people didn't ask for. The core game had strong bones that often feel discarded in the name of change for the sake of change. It often just feels like Bungie throws everything at the wall and doesn't even look to see what sticks. They just throw and throw blindly. They don't even learn from their W's. The community doesn't like activity vaulting or sunsetting, yet here we are constantly fighting variations of those ideas even to this day. We don't want FOMO, we want a reason to play. The carrot on the stick can't be the only incentive anymore. The game has to be fun and engaging too, and this year lost a lot of that. The Destiny 2 of today excels in so many places that Destiny 1 failed. But the inverse is also true. The franchise's sense of wonder and mystery in a world larger than you is so rare to come by, or even outright gone now. Even the same locations between Destiny 2 and Destiny 1 just feel different. I won't say objectively worse, but I also think most people would agree that Destiny 2's lighting, brighter, poppier colors, and general atmosphere and art direction don't compare to what we once saw all the way back in 2014. And this isn't just a manifestation of nostalgia, this is very real. But here's the thing, we don't have to choose. Destiny's future can return to its roots and art direction. It can also keep most of the features that we've come to love today. These aren't mutually exclusive at all, but Bungie needs to know that we want it. I know many of you don't trust Bungie to do anything right now just based off of my last video's comments, but there's no harm in at least talking about this. Year after year, Bungie giveth and Bungie taketh. And it's funny how after the worst periods of Destiny, we've always gotten the best times, when Bungie is forced to listen and over-deliver. After D1 launch, we got The Taken King. After D2's launch, Forsaken. After Beyond Light, we got Witch Queen, and after Lightfall, Final Shape. As a player, I'm sick of these crazy ups and downs. The game should be improving every year, not relearning the same lessons. I believe Edge of Fate has had the most walkbacks of any point in Destiny's history. Yeah, I feel like I'm going crazy living in this loop. And I, as a consumer, just fail to understand how a company has failed to understand why the community plays this game, despite developing it for 11 years. I get that every person is going to have different perspectives and preferences, but we should at least start by rebuilding the foundation of the core game that everyone wants to play. Strikes, Crucible, Raids and Dungeons, and hell, even Gambit. All of those were once rituals of the player base. They were challenging, fun, had an incentive to jump into, and were updated. Could you imagine asking your buddy to hop on Destiny 2 and play the Strike playlist with me? He'd think you're joking. I'm not a developer, and I don't have a magic solution for most of this stuff. In proof, I just think Destiny's lost its roots. Maybe with the sequel, it could rediscover them. Hell, maybe it doesn't even need a sequel to do it, though I personally doubt that. Destiny didn't used to feel like a game. It felt like a home, a community, an immersive experience. Now it feels like an uncanny imitation of what once was. Today, we're on the doorstep of another expansion. I don't expect it to fix the game for me, and I'm at peace with that. If it does, I'll be pleasantly surprised. Maybe Destiny just isn't for me anymore and I'm the one that's out of touch. But with these player counts, I don't think that's necessarily true either. If you do me a favor though, comment when you enjoyed Destiny the most. It could be a general time, expansion, or season, or maybe even a specific moment you remember. I'm really curious how you view the game too. Hope you guys have a fantastic day. See you around.
Great video. That's a great video.
Let's go.
Doomer videos are even good right now? Dude, this guy just made damn near an hour-long video hoax. If it was a Doom video, he would have just came out and just been like, hey, Destiny shit right now, here's the player count number, and then f***ed off. I mean, you know how long it probably took him to make this video? This is fantastic content. Ryan, thank you so much for sharing this with us. Not a Doom post. He literally went through the entire history of Destiny, and I hope it brought you back. I hope that it brought you back. It showed you a time where you thought, man, this is Destiny. Like, this is the Destiny experience. Slap that like button like your mama told you right.
The armory will not fade as long as I have anything to say about it. I once believed the Forges could be our future, but I was wrong. They were just a step on the path. And now, we walk on. Please watch your step. This is a lab, not a lounge. The loom has quite a different aesthetic from the old armory tech, doesn't it? It's growing on me. The loom was your creation as well as mine, Guardian. Thank you for your aid. Greetings. Au revoir.
The Vex caused enough trouble with the existing wells. We don't need them drilling another.
Oh, that explains the noise.
Limited scans detect a massive Vex energy signature underground. I hope you're not claustrophobic, Captain.
fucking stupid how you have to fucking switch between fucking guns like that. Nice. Why is my health not going up? Just go up! Fucking extra. Fucking coward doesn't even want to fucking die.
worth a shot. Yeah, shot.
This match would be funny if it weren't so embarrassing, Guardian.
How'd this get so rusty?
Security check. All secure.
I admire your work, Guardian. You're an artist.
Nothing salvageable. A mess.
Keep it together, Arcite. Nothing to shoot here.
Affirmative. All clear. Monitoring all channels. Stay alert.
Eververse isn't just a title, it's a promise.
The archives give adequate times to make it into something useful.
The newsfeed, it's just a cover for the war cult.
beautiful views up here. Wish I remembered my camera.
Look to the skies. See the light. We are safe again.
My team lost last night. What do you think Sabala should do? What if we tried diplomacy? What if we let them have the Traveler? Oh, no. Everyone's so brave.
I just want to know who's in charge. The Fallen hit that area hard. Didn't think they still had it in them.
I'm gonna up the voltage. Okay, okay. Everyone's so afraid since the attack. This is all a plan. To
I
make
think
us
I
lower
have
our
something you
guard.
will like. Let's find out.
Task list updated.
Guardian, what puzzles do you bear?
No disturbances to report.
Guardians are always welcome
Spoken
on my
to Commander
doorstep.
Zavala recently.
Yes. The schematics for this structure do not fill me with renewed confidence.
progress.
There's no data like encrypted data, I always say.
Security check. All secure.
The world's changing, Guardian. You must prepare and adapt. There is hope for humanity yet, with Guardians such as you.
The Crucible doesn't have time to consider loss. The only way is forward.
The universe is getting dangerous, but it's nothing a few surgical strikes won't fix.
Guardian, I'm glad you're here. How are hidden operations on Mars? The city is depending on its Guardian, now more than ever. The walls will stand tall once again. How are hidden operations on Mars?
Construction is underway on an expanded firing range, Titan.
There is hope for humanity yet, with Guardians such as you.
I need your skills more than ever.
Interplanetary orbital sails. So rarely poetry.
Oh, he's got a trumpet. I've seen it when he thinks he's in private.
Things appear inside. So then you tell me I'm the reason I just can't believe that I'm someone that
Expressions won't win fight. She said she wanted to express herself.
There is hope for humanity yet, with guardians such as you. Do you have something for me, Guardian? It's good to see you alive, Guardian. I was wondering.
Still got plenty left, even after the attack.
How can I help?
Got it.
Searching.
Sure. Rhythmic physical expressions won't win a fight, but they feel good. And feeling good is better than not.
Hiya, Dan.
Calling it. Time for a break.
looks like a journal and a brain, but I can't tell who. Pretty much the entire thing is redacted, and there are whole pages missing. Something about all this seems wrong. Am I worrying too much?
Hexels, Logan, listen to me.
Perhaps this is why the Nine sent me here. It was the Nine's. Now it is yours. You feared. These are from the Nine. An exchange. Until we speak again.
Watch out. For the city.
When does the new Cassoid model come out? Just gonna take a minute here. Trust me, this is worth the price. Okay, come on, come on. calling it. Time for a break. Do we have a deal? Listen up, good people of the city. You need anything else?
Whoa.
3 for the price of 2. You're not going to find a better deal. Yes. What did you...
Assignment in progress.
Try it and see. Okay, come on. I need a rest. Do we have a deal? Listen up, good people of the city. I want the kind of hunters use. Hey, you! Come here, will you? You're not gonna find a better deal.
Eververse trades in goods we feel enhance a Guardian's journey.
The newsfeed? Just a cover for the war call.
Your system may be faulty. Suggest diagnostic to check for any compromise in programming. System diagnostic complete.
Eververse isn't just a title, it's a promise.
Guardian. Hi again. Anything for you?
Step on up. Take a look.
I've been saving up money for an Eververse commission for weeks now. When do we get into combat?
Eververse trades in goods we feel enhance a Guardian's journey.
Security seek, check in. All positions clear.
I saw that frame standing in a corner for like an hour yesterday. I don't think they can handle the change. Just a cover for the war call.
He wasn't the same.
Fenchurch does the exploring. I know what he is. is adjusted to the moment. There's a place in Fuan that makes
We need a centralized city government, now more than ever.
Sentry targets. Red Legion ahead.
You tell the Vanguard the fighting's not done. That means guard retreat. I don't care that you have strikes against me. Worry about the fight in front of you.
The tower didn't deserve the cabal attack, but we'll be stronger for it.
Fenchurch does the exploring. I make the deal.
And those fiends
Eververse isn't just a title, it's a promise.
Oh, he's got a temper. I've seen it when he thinks he's in front. My sister told me there's some kind of shard from the Traveler out in Europe. How did it get all the way out there?
Eververse trades in goods we feel enhance a Guardian's journey.
You ever think Zavala's been doing this for too long? What is he, 200 years old?
According to Ab's easy, but according to Ab, it can only be opened by those who are allowed to. Now that's not.
Evidence isn't just a title. It's a property.
All data has a lineage, no matter how ancient or corrupted. You can always trace it back.
She said she wanted to express herself, so I gave her a thumbs up.
There's a place on this tower where we go to watch the sun come up over the wall.
She said she wanted to express herself, so I gave her a thumbs up.
Going to Zavala's big speech tonight?
Express herself, so
have we here? Even undated computer languages are rich in temporal information. You can date a file by the symbology it uses.
You ever think Zavala's been doing this for too long? What is he, 200 years old?
System and sequence, but what is sequence? Of course, sequence is pattern. The archives give Amicrotarchs make it into something useful. symbology here.
Can we really defend the city after all this?
The fleet needs to step up patrols. Can't lose any more supplies.
fighting them on the ground, go for their supply lines.
The oldest encryption methodology sometimes contain the greatest treasures, and sometimes, well, not.
Oh, he's got a temper. I've seen it when he thinks he's on fire.
No, it couldn't possibly be that simple, could it?
We should forget about fighting them on the ground, go for their supply lines.
Thank the Traveler for data compression. Now, if only we could get it uncompressed.
They showed those new jump ships on the newsfeed. Impressive.
Thank the Traveler for data compression. Now, if only we could get it uncompressed.
The warlocks will make the difference. Mark my words.
The archives giveth, and the cryptarchs make it into something useful.
Everything depends on the Vanguard.
Data has a lineage, no matter how ancient or corrupted. You can always trace it back.
One guardian is a force. 3 guardians, an army.
Whole worlds of knowledge were lost in the fires of the assault. I must document all I can remember. Cryptoarchaeology is like agriculture. We work slowly, hoping our efforts bear fruit. Whole worlds of knowledge were lost in the fires of the assault. I must document all I can remember. Are the archives finite? I wonder. Can a data set ever truly be complete? Those algorithmic decryption keys were supposed to be heat resistant. Another Golden Age blueprint for interplanetary orbital sails. So rarely poetry. schematic to read the schematic. Most unusual symbology here. what have we here? Even undated computer languages are rich in temporal information. You could date a file by the symbology it uses. What an interesting little file. Hardly any encryption at all. I'll have to investigate later.
Everything depends on the Vanguard.
Not just hunters, titans too. Warlocks. Can we really defend the city after all this?
Whole worlds of knowledge were lost in the fires of the assault. I must document all I can remember.
My boy whooping that nigga. I want to go get one. My boy beat that nigga. Hey, take all that shit, man. Why my nigga just get all over this nigga? And in the dark of the night, they heard the yell.
Give up.
In the dark of the night.
this is.
I don't think I can fit him. Oh, pet. Oh, good boy.
This drum belonged to my ancestors, dating back over 100 years. It was found underneath the house I inherited from my estranged grandmother.
So this kid inherited the house from his grandmother not long after he moved in.
Poor Razor.
¿Qué estás haciendo, carajo? What are you doing? I almost spilled my drink on tu tarde. Otra vez con tus estupideces, ¿ah? ¿Qué estás tomando ahora? ¿Qué estás tomando? Estoy tomando un energy drink. Porque you know I always drink one before the gym. Pero mira, ¿por qué tomas ese veneno? Es veneno. Oye, hello, ¿por qué es veneno? No sé por qué te puedes tomar esa cochinada y media. Por acá puedes tomar jugo, agua, lo que quieras, pero no. La chiquita quiere veneno. You act like I drink like 10 in a day. I don't even drink one every day. It's whenever I go work out. What's the problem? Te va a dar un ataque del corazón. Ya no tomes eso, por favor. Eres tan dramática, por eso no debes de ver novelas. Todos mis tíos, exactamente, son hombres. ¿Tú eres un hombre? No, eres mi hija. That shit hurts, don't it? He's out, baby. He's out. Leave him. Don't down! Ew! Hey, I'm getting my kid. He has my baby and he locked the door on me and won't get Oh my god. Oh my god.
If someone puts their head under your arm, you need to go for a proper choke. Look at how this guy was on the air. This guy most of the fight there and did nothing with it. When your hand goes under the chin, reach up and grab it. Here, he definitely should have let it go. And yes, the guy will have his back at that point, but he can escape it like this. Then he'll end up on his opponent's back. And once again, he wouldn't let it go and gets knocked out for it. If you don't want to let go, fall onto your back and roll over.
That shit hurts, don't it? He's out, baby. He's out. Leave him. Don't down! Ew! Hey, I'm getting my kid. He has my baby and he locked the door on me and won't get
I wouldn't have thought of this in 1,000 years. Look, take those little chain links, put them on a nail, and then take them to an open-end wrench with a little...
Guardians I would send without a fire team, but you're one of them. Don't make me regret it.
We appreciate the confidence, Saint. We won't take any unnecessary risks. I hope.
incoming. Time for a party.
close to the next objective.
Got our hands full here. You'll need to do this alone. Objectives complete. Bet that made him angry. The sector cleared. Good work, Guardian.
Cleared, for now. By our next sweep, it'll be occupied by someone else. We have enough Guardians to clear these zones, but not enough to hold them.
That's where the forces of the city come in. Eventually, they'll be able to push out and hold these areas.
Just like Devrim's been doing in Trostland.
After your victory over the Witness, civilians have been volunteering in droves. Unfortunately, they're not battle-hardened enough to hold this sector yet, but they're looking to you for inspiration. Show them what a lone Guardian can do.
waits for you once this one's down. That's the sector cleared. Good work, Guardian.
Cleared, for now. By our next sweep, it'll be occupied by someone else. We have enough Guardians to clear these zones, but not enough to hold them.
That's where the forces of the city come in. Eventually, they'll be able to push out and hold these areas.
Just like Devrim's been doing in Trostland.
Oh, beautiful. Did you get that? Hang on a moment. Oh, darling, that's a huge data swap. Slow down. Bear with me here. Differential calculus is running some analysis, but it looks like everything we've done is paying off. Preliminarily, it looks like we were right. The Traveler's hurt. The ghosts who felt drawn to come here, they're trying to help. No surprises, the problem is the Witness's influence. The Traveler is a being made of light, but it seems to be handling the darkness just fine. It's the way things got all sliced apart and knotted up by the Witness that's at the root of things. A disjunction, or something like it. So we take Ghosts as deep into the Pale Heart as we can. Re-establish the connection all light shares, and both Ghosts and Traveler heal. The darkness might be here to stay. Balance, right? We'll let the Traveler sort that out and focus on the things we can do for it. Clear out all the thorns, bring in the growth. And now we know better what sorts of troubles we're looking for. Guardian, go see what else there is to find out there. Anything you can do, anything at all, could help.
Cade, you've known the commander a long time. You ever seen him like this?
Worst I ever saw Zavala was right after the Great Disaster. Didn't know the light could go out of an Awoken's eyes till then. But this is something else. He's scared. I've never seen him scared before, not like this. I understand the fear, I feel it too, but I don't know what he'll do with it.
Eris once told me fear is a knife. We can use it to hurt others or ourselves. But we also have the choice to sheath it.
Yeah. Well, maybe when we get over this mountain, we can make sure no one gets all stabby with their feelings. Got some taken popping up on my route. You all okay?
Nothing I can't handle. If you need me to come over and give you a hand, let me know.
Hey, now, who put who on their back when we threw down?
Oh, come on. You caught me by surprise.
Oh, well, I guess we're even then.
Having Cade back, it's almost like he was never gone. Like the Traveler knew it needed to make the fire team whole again.
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. It's real nice to see you all again, but the Traveler could have asked before yanking a guy back to life.
Cade, I need to tell you something before we go any further. Meet me up ahead.
Oh, ominous and cryptic. My favorites. Yes, let's.